ازيكم يا شباب، عاملين ايه؟ اتمنى يا رب يا رب يا رب ان انتوا تكونوا بخير. امين يا رب. نور يا خالد، نور. نسمع الموسيقى دي بقى لحد ما اعمل حاجه. اهلا يا محمد، منور. تسلم يا رب، الله يهنيك، تسلم. الخفة دي يا خالد، الخفة دي يا حبيبي، ايه الدم الخفيف ده؟ اول مرة اعرف ان دمك خفيف كده. ده كده يعتبر ده الفطار بتاعي يا خالد. يعني البسكويت اللي انا اكلتها ده الفطار بتاعي، عشان بقعد طول البث مش باكل. يعني مش باكل غير مرة واحدة بس بعد البث. ف يعني ده كده الفطار بتاعي. تسلم تسلم يا خالد والله. حاجة كده بتسند كده. بس كده. اثبت يا حبيبي، اثبت. نزل سنة حبيبي كده، ايوه، شاطر شاطر شاطر. ربنا يحميك يا حبيبي، يا مايك يا حلوة كده، مايك حلوة كده، ربنا يحميك، ربنا يحميك. ربنا يحميك يا ابن المجنونة. مينا، تسلم 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 على مينا يا جامد دي. كيف شفت زوردة؟ لا، زوردة حلوة، هي حلوة، بس زي ما قلت حلوة لحد معين. يعني بتحس هي حلوة، تتلعب وجميلة، بس بتحس ان في اوقات كده المتعة ما بتبقاش كاملة في زوردة. يعني انا حسيت كده في بعض المواقف. واحد عنده برد، واحد عنده مش عارف ايه، ماشي. ده وده، اوكي. هاري، هروح لهاري. لا، مش بملل، مش بملل، هي ممتعة، بس في اوقات بتحس ان انت مش عارف انت بتعمل ايه يعني. في كده حاجة بتاخد الوقت وخلاص، انت مش عارف انت بتعمل ايه. قصة اللعبة دي حاليا ان في واحد فامباير وعايز يعرف هو اتحول ليه فامباير، حتى الان ده اللي انا فاهمه، او مين اللي حوله او في ايه اللي بيحصل. وحلوة يعني، حتى الان هي حلوة. من ناحية الكوبي رايت هو اساسا في كان في مشاهد قلة ادب طبعا في زاردا، بس هو مشهد واحد يعتبر. بس هو مشهد حقيقي يعني، هو مشهد واحد بس حقيقي يعني. ومش عارف ملوش لازمة يعني، لو فكرنا فيها نلاقي ان المشهد ملوش لازمة حقيقي. حقيقي المشهد ملوش اي لازمة. قتلت دبانة جت واحدة غيرها. ماشي. ممكن ممكن ممكن. انت قتلت اختي. مش عارف انا المفروض قتلت كل دول وجم تاني، مش عارف ليه. انا هقتلهم كلهم دول. كريستينا دي بنت شغالة شغلانة مش كويسة، وهي أساسا بنت مش كويسة أصلا، بتشتغل كده لأسبابها الخاصة. بس برضه يعني عيب عيب يا بنتي، عيب 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 يا بنت الجزمة، عيب اللي ايه ده. ما لقيتش شغل بالحلال يعني. في اساسن كريد اوريجنز.
Good evening, Miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly.
انتي خاصة ولا ايه؟
I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it?
يا بنت
Camellia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary. A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever.
ايه ده؟ هي خالصة.
Very well. Goodbye then.
خالصة، بس انا كده هستفاد من كويس ان هي خالصة، كويس مش هنطول معاه في الكلام يعني، بما انها خالصة يبقى مش هنطول معاه في الكلام، ركز في النقط دي. واحدة خالصة هنطول معاه في الكلام. ما هو قال لها انت عنيدة مش عايزة تتكلمي، طيب ماشي غور 60 ده هاخدك. نرجع منطقتنا. مش عارف انا يعني، السكوت هيفيدها بايه؟ السكوت ده بيفيدهم لما بيتقبض عليهم، بيقول له كل كلمة محسوبة عليك. انما دي السكوت هيفيدها بايه؟ ما بعرف شو، لا عارفني شو. تخيل لما واحدة تقول لك I am sheep، أنا رخيصة. يا نهار أبيض، واحدة تقول لك أنا رخيصة، أنا أرخص من البنات الباقية، تعالى عندي وهتلاقي أسعار مناسبة ليك جدا. إيه ده؟ الحقيقة دي يا ابن العضاضة، يا ابن العضاضة. مالها فول جاي؟ Please stay at home. راح تتمرن، ركز يمينة. يعني راح تتمرن على كلمة ركز يمينة ولا راح تتمرن على ايه برضه؟ والله العظيم ما
Good evening,
فاهمك.
sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
شاعر.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Peaceful? That's quite an unusual way to speak about the epidemic. And very inappropriate, I must say.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
يمينة طلعت آخر أنت عم تتحسن.
If some
افنجرز
misfortune
آخر الشهر ده.
who would be here to help you?
أنا اشتريت
Well,
النسخة اللي
you
تخليني
for a
ألعبها
start, my
بقالي
dear
3
doctor.
أيام. اشتريت أنا النسخة اللي تخليني ألعبها بقالي 3 أيام فهتبقى آخر الشهر ده.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir, Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camilla?
Not much, and that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the arid hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox, the stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
بستغرب انا بقى الناس اللي بيلعبوا لعب زي دي وبيقعدوا يجروا الكلام او ما بيتكلم او ما بيسالوش اسئله.
Did you know the mute florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't. But I thank you for this information, sir. For it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious camellia.
Are you not curious? Is there not more you wish to know?
That girl has not an ounce of malice in her. Whatever she may be hiding, it's certain to be for the benefit of most, if not all.
I fear you are a
الالعاب دي بتبقى
hopeless
اساسها
romantic,
كده
Mr.
وهم
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
مش عارف بيلعبوا اللعب دي ليه لما هم بيقعدوا يجروا الكلام. في ناس كتير بيجروا الكلام.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
عندك كل طب اصبر على خد.
Good evening.
And good evening.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you prescribe me something. I don't feel like I should.
I understand your appetite for words and macabre beauty, sir. But you should be more careful.
The nutrition of my mind is more important than my physical health. But I appreciate your concern, sir.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Majesty can breathe its own beauty and grace. It's not just disease,
letter.
desertion and despair.
ماشي ماشي.
Some of us come to this world already touched by grace.
يا ريت نكون هنسأله آخر سؤال.
Good evening.
And good evening.
You don't really make a living from your scribblings, do you, Richard?
No, sir, I don't. I work so hard. I put all my time, my energy, my devotion into the precise carving of words.
Still, you don't seem to suffer from poverty.
With thanks to my parents, actually. I'm afraid I would not be able to live on my own without their help.
You seem embarrassed.
Someday I hope to proudly offer my first publication to my parents. Until that day, I'll remain the failure of a son they have to support.
بس كده خلصنا من الواد ده.
I'll leave you alone.
اللعبة اللي أنا شايفه إن أساسها معتمد كبير جدا عن الكلام.
Hello again, miss. Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia.
يخرب بيت أمك.
Very well.
بس كده خلصنا من كاميليا ومن حاج ريتشارد. ده كده خلصنا منه وده خلصنا منها. في بعض الناس لسه ما خلصناش منهم. اكتر عشان كده حتى الجيم بلاي برضه مش اللي هو يعني لو لاحظت هتلاقي ان الجيم بلاي مش الحلو اوي يعني. هو الاكترية بتعتمد على ان انت تتكلم تحكي محقق يعني.
Good evening, Harry.
Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Do you need any
Nah,
medical
look.
help, young man?
Yes, I do. I feel so tired. I don't know if it's the epidemic, but everything seems so hard.
You'll feel better with this. But you need to get a grip, young man. Medication alone won't cure melancholia.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long in a world like this. But I thank you for your concern, sir.
هو النوع ده حلو على فكرة مش وحش قوي.
Do you remember when Barrett Lewis was close to your family? To your mother?
Not really. I was too young. But I remember it was a happier time. Mr. Lewis was funny. He often had dinner with us.
Why are you sad then?
Because it hurts to remember a time when my father used to laugh and smile. It hurts to realise he's as sad as me now.
How was he towards you?
He was nice, I guess. He never forgot my birthday. He always offered me books.
عشان انت
I liked books.
عشان انت ابن حبيبي.
Goodbye, young man.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
بس كويس على فكرة، انا حتى الان محافظ على شهيتي، يعني مكلتش بني ادمين. حتى الان محافظ على شهيتي. ده شيء كويس.
Good evening, sir. Do you remember me?
If you're here for a reward, you'll be sorely disappointed. But I'll gladly shake the hand of a fellow countryman.
I'm not here for a bounty. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed from the Pembroke.
A doctor? In Whitechapel? What an opportunity. My name's Bates, Cadogan Bates.
Do you require assistance, Mr. Bates?
Not me, but your skills could help a lot of people round here. That would help my business, because I say a live tenant's a paying tenant.
معرفتش تكلمه هناك، اكلمه دلوقتي. ماشي.
It's unusual to see someone so happy around here, especially considering the current situation.
Why should I be sad now? There've always been wars, disease, tragedy. There always will be.
That's an unusual way of seeing things in these trying times.
I don't see why I should shed a tear for another man's woes. I'm healthy, and I intend to stay so.
انت بتلعب دلوقتي؟
What is your business exactly?
I offer fair lodgings for a modest price to the poor and weary of Whitechapel.
I see. And what about those who cannot pay?
Well, deals can be done, if you know what I mean. Money's not the only currency. After all, I'm not immune to a pretty face.
I don't approve of your actions, but I know very little about this borough, other than its reputation. There are always necessary evils.
A necessary evil. That's one way to think about it. Knew you had more smarts than all these immigrants.
What help could I possibly be to your business?
That's simple. I already get good money from all those fleeing the war. Can you imagine what they'd be willing to pay if I could offer medical assistance too?
Mr. Bates, do not make me regret saving your life in this quarantine zone.
I understand, Dr. Reed, you're from a good family. Don't want to get your hands dirty. That's fine. I'll be happy to act as your middleman.
I've no interest in money. Perhaps one night I will visit you and take what I require. If that should happen, there will be no need for a middleman.
So it's a no then. That's too bad. The Reed tonic could have really helped people, you know, save lives. Isn't that what you do? I mean, people buy that Swamborous shit.
Tell me, what's your honest opinion of the increasing violence in London?
People are just beginning to discover what we've always known. This city's rotten to the core. They just took their bloody time to wake up and notice it.
What do you mean?
People are acting like the violence is news. But it's always been savage down here. It just bubbles to the surface every now and again.
انت فزت في اول مرحلة. يا جدع
You seem to have recovered well since your attack. Do you ever think about what happened to you?
Not much. It was a fucking nightmare. Savages, absolute bloody savages. Their appearance. Jesus. It made me want to puke.
You'd better not come back here. I won't be around next time to save you. I want to know everything about the recent violence, Cadogan. And I want the truth.
Well, rent may be a bit high, and yeah, I've had to evict a few people. But that's business, isn't it?
Take this as my final warning. You will not profit from the misery of others. Business is one thing, but what you do is quite another.
Really? What you gonna do? You ain't from here. You ain't Whitechapel, Doctor. You wouldn't know the first thing about playing dirty, even if you wanted to.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane. She's a nurse. What can you tell me about her?
Dorothy Crane, bless her soul. I really should thank her someday.
Has she treated you?
No. When I need a checkup, I'd go to a bloody doctor, not some back alley clinic full of sick foreigners.
Tell me truthfully, why are you so thankful?
By keeping my tenants alive, she's making me a rich man. Every month they live, it's more coin in my pocket.
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
هو انت حقير بس هعالجك بقى.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
اللعبة دي فعلا دي حقيقة فعلا كمية ضحك لا نهائية.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right?
يلا ده انا
Do you
هعالجك
need
يلا.
assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Goodbye, young man.
كده عالجت ده. لسه ما جبتش انا بتاعت المخ. عالجت ده وده هعالجه. معايا انا التريتمنت ده تقريبا. ده عنده برد عايز اعالجه برضه. اوكي يا فزت في المرحلة الأولى. ما تحسسنيش إنك فزت في اللعبة. بس لا تقول فزت وفي الآخر أنت فزت في المرحلة الأولى وأنا أقول لك إيه ومبسوط لك وأنت اقعد بقى ما تعصبناش بقى يا أخي. بس فعلا فول جايز لعبة يا نهار أبيض بجد جامدة. ما تنساش تاخد لعبة البلس التانية بقى بالمية، صح؟ بما انك كده كده في البلس فما تنساش تاخد التانية. التانية كانت ايه؟ كول اوف ديوتي تقريبا. كول اوف ديوتي اعتقد. كول اوف ديوتي اللعبة التانية كول اوف ديوتي. بصراحة هكدب لو قلت ان انا مش نفسي ان بلاي ستيشن بلس وبلاي ستيشن ناو تبقى في اشتراك واحد زي اكس بوكس يعني اكس بوكس فعلا فكرة اشتراك واحد اللي هو جيم باس على جولد على كله، فكرة حلوة بصراحة. اتمنى سوني تعملها.
Mr. Bates.
Evening, Doctor.
مش معنى انك خسرت يبقى تبطل لعب، لا.
Since I took an oath to help people, can I be of assistance?
Well, seen better days, that's for sure. But it was bound to happen with all these refugees about.
Infecting you is probably the last thing on these people's minds. Take this in any case.
What? You give me this for free? Don't have a clue about this place, do you?
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
احمد ربنا بقى، احمد ربنا. انا عن نفسي مش هنزلها. لو هتنزلها انت. عشان كول اوف ديوتي مش اللعبة اللي ممكن العبها دلوقتي خالص.
Good evening, Doctor.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Darby. I care about everything involving public health and this epidemic.
Are you sure you're not just concerned about the repercussions that a scandal involving a certain Nurse Crane from the Pembroke Hospital would bring?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious, never goes out, doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He has no relatives at all?
No, except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
And the cemetery.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
بيزا نص ذاكرة السوني. شوف بلاي ستيشن ناو فيه ألعاب كتير فيها. شوف ممكن تلعب ايه. بس حاول تلعب الألعاب اللي هتتشال الأول، نصيحة. لو هتتشال متأخر عن شادو العب شادو الأول عشان ما تضيعش عليك اللعب.
Good evening, Mr. Nethercott.
And good evening to you too, my good sir. Can I be of any help?
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But sorry, no, never heard of her.
يا كداب يا كداب.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
شكرا.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
شكرا على وقتك. ميل بوكس. ومسحتها ليه شادو؟ يعني هي لحقت يا جدع. هو ده الميل بوكس؟ رسالة الزبالة؟ بلعبة children.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter.
رسالة لعياله.
Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
حلو. بس انت امبارح لما فزت من المرحلة الأولى دخلت في التانية والتالتة، يعني دي حاجة كويسة. وانت ركز في لعبة فول جايز وهتكسب. اللعبة دي جامدة جدا بجد.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
لو تقريبا كلت ناس موضوع التنويم هيزيد، انما لو ما كلتش هنا يبقى كان لازم اكلمه. بس لو كنت انا باكل ناس تقريبا كنت موضوع الميمورايز ده اللي هو التنويم المغناطيسي تقريبا كنت هيزيد عندي واقدر استخدمه صح؟ بس انا كويس، انا ما بقتلش حد. كويس كويس. واعتقد احتمال اقدر اكمل من غير ما اقتل حد يعني.
It's locked.
تقريبا قتل الناس مش ضروري في اللعبة. هو ضروري لو حد عايز يكبر بسرعة، عشان في ناس عندهم نقط خبرة كتير، بعض الشخصيات عندهم نقاط خبرة كتير، بس اعتقد ان هو مش ضروري برضو.
If you want to talk to Dorothea, you must go across the courtyard and take the stairs.
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name and occupation, sir?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane.
Like myself and many people in this area, Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
شو في حكي يعني شو في حكي بهاللعبة؟
Did you refuse to publish Richard Nethercott's previous works, Darius?
Yes, his manuscript is as pompous as he is starched. Now there's a man who loves the sound of his own voice.
You could have told him so.
As a great writer recently said, politeness is the most acceptable hypocrisy.
ما قلت لك ده اساس اللعبة، يعتبر هو الكلام.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family.
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man for sure, but a very poor writer.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
هديك العلاج نخلص كلام بس واديك العلاج.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the after.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia.
I do not
Are you in...
Don't be...
Who? You say she...
Well...
ليه منورة برضه يعني. مش...
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but... Thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
But it's not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. And I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
سألته على عياله. اقول له باي ايه يا حبيبي؟ يعني اقول له باي ايه؟ انا قلت كم مرة ان اللعبة دي اساسها الكلام. يا ابني انت شايل عقلك وحاطط مكانه ايه؟ انا عايز افهم.
Do you need some help, Mr. Petrescu?
I am very tired, but that is all. I don't need you, Doctor.
Well, I think you do. Take this, and you'll feel better.
Free drugs from an English doctor.
حلو جوز هند حلو بجد.
It must be my lucky day.
بيساعد على الاسترخاء. جوز هند.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
بيساعد على الاسترخاء. مش كل شوية هاجي ادخل هنا لازم ادخل من عند الحاج هنا، مش هزعجه انا كل شوية. نقابل دورسيا كرين دلوقتي. قاعدة فوق الهانم قاعدة فوق، بس هي كويسة مش وحشة يعني. فعلا دورسي مش وحشة، هي بتعالج الناس يعني، ده شيء كويس ان هي مش وحشة يعني، مش بتستغلهم زي الحقيرة التانية اللي بتبيع العلاج. لا هي بتعالجهم ومجانا. انا شايف ان هي كويسة البنت، مش عايزهم يحطوني في اختيارات ان انا اعمل لها حاجة وحشة بصراحة. اختها بتقول لها ان هي ماشيه. هو عموما خلاص اللعبه دي تقريبا ممكن بس كمان او بسين وتخلص. جاي
He's going into convulsions, Doctor.
جاي يا ماما.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain, diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort, liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor.
خلاص لما انت مش دكتوره تخلصي وتنفذي اللي بقولك عليه.
He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor.
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, Doctor.
مات. مات.
We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions.
أصلاً مش دكتور برضه.
Primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
لا دكتور. هو في الأساس دكتور.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners. To what do I owe this courtesy? I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Listen very carefully, Dorothy. You will erase from your memory everything you pretend to know about Lady Ashbury and Pembroke Hospital.
Let that rich bitch off the hook over my dead
Nurse
body.
Crane, enough. Listen as if your life depended on every word. I know you've a generous heart who gives freely to those in need, but you shall walk away from the shadier streets of your business.
I will never abandon...
Dorothy, the discussion has come to a close. Your clandestine activities in the Resistance are over. Let it go.
I'll let it go. Yes. All gone.
لعبتوا في ذكرياتها ولا ايه؟ Interview with a Vampyr. ما انا ختمت الدويد، ناوي اختمها تاني بس مش دلوقتي. Take care of Dorothy's fate. لعبت في ذكرياتها تقريبا. Report to Lady Ashbury. ايه ده؟ يا كلاب. يا كلاب جايين تعملوا ايه هنا؟
Watch yourselves! There's one of them! Watch it! It's a killer!
بس اشمعنى الدويد اللي عجباك يعني يا خالد عايزني اختمها؟ غريبة يعني بتطلب اني اختم لعبة يا خالد وقصة كمان. لا انت اتغيرت يا خالد. ايوه انا بتكلم عليه كده. انت ما انا بحبها. ايوه انت غريبة. انت عرفوا ان انت مش بتحبها. ما انت بتحبها. لا حلو انك بتحبها. كلنا بنحبها. شكرا على الاشتراك يا زورو. Thank you for subscribing زورو. Welcome to the channel. اهلا بك في القناة يا زورو. شكرا على الاشتراك. شكرا 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 شكرا. نورت القناة. Thank you زورو. شو اللي بنحبها؟ بنحب ألعاب القصة. هنكون بنحب ايه يعني؟ وحلوة ايه اللي شو اللي بنحبها؟ بنحب ألعاب القصة. ده لسه معيش علاجه وده معرفوش أصلا هو فين.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
A leech! A leech! He's dead! Leech!
كلمات زي دي اللي هي ازاي؟ فهمني ايش تقصد. بس يعني حلو لما ترتعب. هو رعب حلو يعني، الخضة ذات نفسها حلوة. على فكرة دي حقيقة بجد، اوقات الخضة بتبقى حلوة ان واحد بيتخض كده. يعني اوقات احنا بنلعب لعبة رعب او بنتفرج على فيلم رعب عشان نتخض، يعني ما اسمه فيلم رعب، مش بنتفرج عليه عشان تضحك عشان حاجة، بنتفرج عليه عشان تتعب. بيكون عندنا احساس ان احنا عايزين نتخض، عايزين نتعب، عايزين نشوف حاجة تخوف. الحمد لله الحمد لله. يخرب بيت امك. كلتي؟
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
You killed him. He trusted you. And you killed him.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
الحمد لله انا ما متش.
We are vampires. We live by leeching the blood from weaker prey. We are Darwin's next chapter, his cynical and perhaps ultimate expression.
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
The case is closed, your ladyship. The person who took advantage of you has, shall we say, seen the error of her ways.
So who was it?
My lady, the blackmailer was dealt with using the utmost discretion. The culprit's identity is of no relevance.
Thank you, Jonathan. That is exactly what I needed from you. You have proven your loyalty, so, as a friend, please accept this small token of my appreciation.
Thank you, my lady.
If you have an inclination to learn more
بخيلة.
about vampires or your current situation, I will be glad to aid you in your quest for knowledge.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now. And 27 I shall remain.
ايوه لا انا عايز السن الحقيقي.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
No.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
What type of vampire is a Skull?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad?
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
What is this?
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
Wow, European.
When I
هتيجي بإذن
awoke,
الله بإذن الله
changed.
هتيجي.
I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain, more than likely it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society, and like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
حكي حلو جدا على فكرة.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires, but all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
دي حقيقة.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
شكرا.
I bid you farewell, for now, my lady.
I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
عشان احول حد لازم يشرب دمي. خلاص ما عملت جود باي. انت عايش فين؟ بس انا اكيد مش هعمل جود باي من غير ما اخلص كلام يا خالد. كمل لعب انت فول جايز، كمل لعب الفول جايز. تحسن لعبك شوية تكمل عليه، ما توقفش بقى. روبيان يا خالد كان لسه بيتكلم على صندوق القطط ده والله. لا انت فيكي خير.
Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scowls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Yeah. Chapter 3. خلاص اهو دخلنا في شابتر 3. قربنا نخلص. يا اللعبة دي كام شابتر؟ خليكوا بقى اقعدوا اتكلموا شوية بقى، عشان بعيد عنكم القعدة لوحدي مملة. اللعبة دي قربت تخلص يا جماعة، قربت تخلص. مش هتطول معانا، هي كلها 7 شابتر على طول. No. شوف بس، شوف روبي يعني مش عايزة ترد عليك، شوفها بس. ولا تقعد تتكلم معاك مش عايزة ترد عليك، اقعد بقى. ايه ده؟ معيش يكمل، معيش يكمل، معيش يكمل. لا، ايه اللي حصل ده؟ انا ما اعرفش ان ريست هيعمل ريست لكله. منوع يا خالد، منوع. المفروض اضحك ها. ضحكة من قلبي. قلبي شيء برضه، ده قلبي طيب جدا. قلبي طيب جدا. وانا في زي طيبة قلبي اتخمت بقى. انا اعمل ريست اللي عملته، بس تعمل ريست لكله. Dorsey, charm, text, disappearance in Whitechapel. ديل إدجار. ماشي. اللعبة 7. ده الشابتر التالت. هو الشابتر قصير، انما لما باجي اتكلم مع الشخصيات التانية هي اللي طويلة، انما الشابتر قصير بس مش اكتر. وغير كده بص انا اتكلمت مع هنا هما الناس لا الشابتر قصير لسه بقول. ربنا يهديك. دول سيبك منه، انا اتكلمت مع الناس اللي هنا والناس اللي هنا، فاضل دي ودي بس مش اكتر. بمجرد ما اتكلم معاهم واخلص الحوار معاهم بس الموضوع هيبقى خلص. missing. رحت فين يا دوس؟ مش مطولة، لا مش مطولة. بس أنا مش عارف، فاكر ان كنت في حاجة عايز اعملها هنا. هنا دي.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak. But I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stole, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here, but it is spreading and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
But the risk of infection using vampire blood could compound the situation.
I know, but your blood now carries remarkable regenerative properties. With our minds and your blood, there's nothing we couldn't cure.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
Maria.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery.
ولا Mary.
Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
هي يوبيان جت ومشيت على طول، شفت ازاي؟ ما طولتش. ممكن انت كمان لو عايز تمشي امشي، يعني ما لو يعني ما تقعدش مجبور.
I need to talk to you, Edgar.
Please do so.
Do you know anything about the vampire hunters in the East End?
Without a doubt, it's the Guard of Priwen. Zealous to the last man.
Where do they come from?
Once they shared the Brotherhood's ideology on non-intervention, but they concluded vampires were a scourge.
They're definitely well organized and equipped.
They're extremely dangerous and not to be trifled with. To
لا
them, you're a feral beast, and I, your accomplice.
الفكرة ان انا قلت لك هنام وحصلت حاجة ففضلت صاحي.
So you manage a hospital financed by a vampire?
Yes, Pembroke was founded by Lady Ashbury. She's also our largest donor.
A convenient yet expensive way to have a fresh supply of blood on hand, day and night, don't you think?
جربت اللعبة.
All vampires drink blood by nature. Me, I praise the lady's exemplary moral fiber.
كان المفروض انام 4. حصلت حاجة خلتني نمت 8 الصبح أو 9 الصبح.
If I may inquire, how did you meet her?
Well, Jonathan, she sought me out and offered me the position. It's been a very profitable partnership for both parties.
Nurse Crane will not be returning to Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, really? Did something happen? She seems such a very capable woman.
اقول له ايه؟ اقول له الحقيقه ان هي بلاك ميل ليدي اشبري، ولا اقول له ان انا اللي طلبت منها الاستقاله، ولا اقول له ان هي اقول له طلبت منها الاستقاله؟
Perhaps too capable. Nurse Crane also ran an illicit dispensary in Whitechapel. I had to ask for her resignation.
I see. Well, we'll just have to manage without her assistance.
We'll talk later.
خلاص ما قلتلوش الحقيقة وخلاص، الدنيا بقت زي الفل. مش لازم اقوله الحقيقة يعني. مش موضوع كذب، بس انا يعني بتستر عليها بمعنى اصح. يمكن البت خلاص بعد ما خليتها انا تفقد الذاكرة يعتبر بنتي تبقى كويسة يعني دي نحكم عليها من غلطة عملتها.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
فالفكرة ان يعني خلاص البنت غلطت بس يعني مش لازم نفضحها يعني. انا مشيت من هنا، يلا بقى ما تعصبنيش بدل ما اجي هضربك. عايز اعدي. انا ما جيتش جنبك، انا قلت عايز اعدي. قلت عايز اعدي وخلت شاهد يا خالد، مش قلت عايز اعدي؟ ابعد من وشي، مش عايز اضربك. أصيل يا خالد، أصيل أصيل. أصيل يا خالد. في صوت عيل بيعيط.
We should have listened to what the idiot had to say first.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm busy here?
Dr. Jonathan Reed, that's who I am. And who are you?
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got here. Clear off. We don't want strangers on our streets.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
كلم بأدب.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier, I can respect that.
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The wet boot boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
ادوينا كوكس مرات كلاي كوكس. واو. انت هيلسي ماشي.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
مجرم بقى. فمجرم بقى محسسك ان هو مجرم بقى. شخص مجرم فحاسس ان هو يعني كده يعني. ما اعتقدش انك فهمت حاجة بس يعني مجرم. زي ما قلت كده يبقى انت ما فهمتش. هو مجرم فحاسس ان هو يعني ايه يتكلم براحته بقى ويعمل اللي هو عايزه بقى. الكومبات او القتال المتكرر، القتال الوحوش عموما. لاحظت ده دلوقتي اكتر مع الوحش ده اكتر.
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
اهو الجيم بلاي، شفت الجيم بلاي؟ طبعا برضه الجيم بلاي بالنسبه لك مش ممتع يا خالد عشان ما متش اكيد. ايوه طبعا. انت هتقول لي ممل جدا. لا بس هو فعلا متكرر قوي، الجيم بلاي متكرر.
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher.
اتفضل.
Do you feel any better now?
Yes. This neighborhood may stink of dog shit and reek of piss, but to me it smells like the purest mountain air.
Mr. Thatcher, do you have a job?
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my time and energy just trying to forget.
I understand what you mean. I was a soldier too.
No. Nobody can truly understand what I've gone through.
Why were you locked in that sewer? What happened?
I went by the canal after an argument with a friend. Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade myself in, despite my claustrophobia.
Why did you run? What was the reason for your argument?
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital, but I can't stand being closed in. Makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctor said. But I don't want to go to a hospital to get checked again. I'll deal with it my own way.
Oswald, why did you not go to the Pembroke Hospital to seek medical help?
I don't trust doctors. All they care about was their careers and processes. I won't be locked in any room again by anyone.
Your fear of being trapped is not going to go away by itself. You need professional help.
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime. Hospitals reek of chemicals and death. What I need is fresh air.
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
As a soldier, you're expected to kill the enemy to survive. Guilt is a powerful emotion and could lead to feelings of suffocation and oppression.
My God, you're so wrong. Believe me, I would kill if it happened again. Violence is part of who I am.
ايه المنظر ده؟ ده مش منظر الشخص اللي بكلمه خالص.
Do you
know
an irrational...
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
As a soldier, you're expected...
My God, you're so wrong.
Do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful for what you've done, but I've never felt comfortable with doctors.
I will see you later. Goodbye, Mr.
فين صح؟
Hello again, Mr. Blight. I'm happy to see Mr. Thatcher is safe, for now.
I'm eternally grateful, Doctor. We were total strangers and you helped us anyway. Can't thank you enough, sir.
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated. Since the war, Oswald's been really nervous with the idea of entering any hospital. And me, I've got my own issues.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir. Even seeing one, they turn me. Just want to run. It's that fear that stopped me from going after Oswald when he left.
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight? If you want to speak about it, of course.
War was... well, you know, sir. The stench of death everywhere. Your mates lying bleeding in the mud. Just praying to make it through and get home. Bloody nightmare.
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before the war?
No. We met in the battlefield. I think we're in the same boat to France. We've stuck together ever since.
I fought in France, too. I served as a field surgeon, but it was not uncommon to repel an assault, especially at night.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect the infirmary from hostiles. Twice.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been through it, you can talk him round.
What caused your phobia of rats, Newton?
It happened last year following an artillery attack. I was trapped for 2 days in a hole under 2 dead soldiers. And there were rats.
Go on.
They started eating me as soon as I dozed. Gnawing at my ears, my fingers, lips. I couldn't move. Couldn't call for help.
I see.
No, you don't. You have no idea what it is to wake up buried under bodies. Fucking vermin eating your flesh. Oswald, he found me and saved me.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight.
Good evening.
Evening, Doc.
Goodbye.
Sometimes you act like a real jerk, you know that?
Come on, Ozzy, don't be like that.
What, like what? Like someone who felt betrayed by the man he loves? Did you ever even try to find me? Rescue me?
You know, it's not like that. I wanted to. I was so afraid to leave the hospital, not to be seen with you.
We survived this shit together. That's all that matters. I know you did your best. Fuck the wall, right? And fuck them all.
Fuck the wall. Fuck them all.
I've never seen so many people die at the same time.
I am not responsible for everything bad that has happened.
يا شواذ يا ولد الكلب.
We were supposed to be safe. Oh, what a fucking joke.
So many rats in the streets. I'm tired
طب انا دلوقتي
This city is more peaceful without
لو
bombs,
شربت
but
من
no less
دمهم
dangerous.
دمهم قذر زيهم، وفي نفس الوقت انا عايز اقتلهم. الاتنين دول انا عايز اقتلهم. في نفس الوقت دول دمهم قذر.
Hello again.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
How do you feel about Oswald Thatcher? You are more than friends, aren't you?
I love him. I love Oswald. We knew we wouldn't survive the war without each other. But I am terrified, Doctor.
What frightens you so much?
What if people find out? Oswald says I'm ashamed, but it ain't that. It's more, well, you know, I never thought I'd love a man.
واو واو، حلو حلو الغدا الايس كريم.
I won't say a word, Mr. Blight. Your secret is safe with me.
I fought for my country and I survived. I saw my comrades die. And now society tells me I'm a criminal for who I love. It makes me so angry.
اصبر انت بس شوية، وانا هخليك تتأنجري حلو اوي. الاول بس الميزمعايز دي تزيد عندي، وحياة امك هتشوف.
Goodbye, Mr.
But no less dangerous.
يا شواذ يا ولاد
Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine life without him.
Why should you be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. But Newton sees it differently.
I admire your honesty. It takes courage to stand up to society. The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always been this straightforward?
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
Newton is conflicted about his feelings towards you. Would you like to talk about it, Oswald?
It makes me sad and angry. It feels like the beautiful thing we have is somehow tainted. It hurts to see him so lost.
His love for you is genuine. I'm certain he wasn't lying to me when he expressed his feelings for you.
Newton still has to accept it, knowing he'll be seen as a queer, a fairy, less than a man in those simple-minded bigots' eyes. Though he's more of a man than they'll ever be, so fuck them all.
لا يا راجل يلا.
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher.
لحظة كده، مخفي 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 ستايل. ما اعتقدش في حاجة محطوطة للأكل يعني، ما اعتقدش. بيقول لك turn a district to hostile. عموما انا هسيبهم للاخر، هقتلهم في الاخر، بس من ناحيه اقتلهم فانا اقتلهم.
Blaming me will not.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Tell me, Thoreau, what's the real cause of your dislike for Dr. Ackroyd?
He refuses to admit that your blood transfusion technique is the only way to save Mr. Fiddick. I'm convinced we must use it.
What Dr. Ackroyd really said is that you lack the skill to perform this operation efficiently. Is there anything you have to say about this?
It's a false conceit. Dr. Ackroyd secretly envies your reputation. His jealousy blinds him. I'm not the real target here.
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage? Then there are the legal ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed? However, if you would agree to improve it, I'd be glad to accept your help.
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments, I may try to gather these substances and even help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague, but only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
You have my support, Dr. Strickland. I know exactly what it feels like to battle an unknown disease with only your mind and force of will to help you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You don't know what that means to me.
Goodbye, Doctor.
I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect.
هو انت يا ابني عندك فقدان ذاكرة يا ابني. اكبر منك ب 22 سنة. هو انا هتم ال 22 شهر 8 اللي جاي. عيد ميلادي شهر 8 28/8. احنا في شهر 8 اصلا. 28/8. Bring 1 unit of sodium to your medical desk. Bring 1 unit of potassium and 6 units of protein. طب اهو عندي بوتاسيوم. being 1 unit of sodium high medical disk. اعتقد معايا الحاجات دي اساسا. طب في حاجة هنا جواين المخزون اللي معايا. ماشي. صوديوم 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 اهو بوتاسيوم. ماشي. اتأكد تاني موجود البوتاسيوم دي. ماشي معايا بوتاسيوم. صوديوم ما عندي صوديوم اهم 3 هم صوديوم وهو. طيب ماشي معايا 3 والله. الفورمولا اجيبها منين؟ كان معايا الوصفة معيش معيش الوصفة معايا يلا مش مهم مش مهم. هيجننونا معاهم والله. بس هي الجرافيك بتاع اللعبة كويس يعني. طبعا مش زي الجرافيك يعني اللعبة نازلة 2018 بس هو الجرافيك بتاعها حلو مش بشع، لايق مع جو اللعبة مود اللعبة. القصة حتى الآن برضو تحسها مش دغري كده، فيها لف ودوران. هي اللعبة ككل شغالة يعني. يا ابن العضاضة. يا ولاد العضاضة انتوا الاتنين. تتريق يا حمادة؟ تتريق يا حمادة؟ التريقة حرام على فكرة. ايه ده؟ دورسي اتحولت. دورسي اتحولت. دور بالدال. مش عايزة تتحول بصراحة.
It's locked, all right.
يا ابني قلت لك روح من الأول يا ابني.
It's locked.
باي خالد. بعد المية ولا ايه؟ انا تخضني الخضة دي يا حيوان يا ابن
I can't believe I'm doing this. It's locked.
فين دايس؟
Mr. Bates.
Evening.
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not really.
Why am I not convinced?
Maybe it's because you lack faith. Being a skeptic must be useful for a man of science.
A man such as yourself, knee-deep in the muck of Whitechapel, must know more. Speak now.
Heard it closed after the owners died. Refugees don't want to come to Whitechapel no more. Scared, I hear.
You sound disappointed.
As long as she was there at the dispensary, it attracted more immigrants and kept my place full. Such a shame.
Goodbye.
فين دايس؟ راح فين؟
You never lose your foe. What do you know of Harry Peterson? The boy seems so fragile. Not like his father at all.
Harry's a good boy, but he spends most of his time complaining. He's had it tough, all right, but he needs to grow a pair.
What troubles him exactly?
Well, despite being his father's son, almost everything, I think. He never wanted to come to Whitechapel in the first place. Hates this place more than most of us.
Barrett, you had an affair with Joe's wife, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. She's the only woman I loved. My first regret is that she stayed with Joe after Harry was born. The second is I never shed a tear when she died.
Did you ever try talking to Joe?
Never. But I suspected he knew everything, even without knowing it. And he decided to make me pay in his own way.
Do you mean you're Harry's father?
No one will ever know for sure. And it's better that way. And I don't believe I'd have been all that bad as a dad.
Do you have any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
It appears those who dare to get healthcare from that bitch are never seen again. Something fishy going on there, for sure.
Right then.
You again?
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I saw her wandering the streets. Yesterday, I think. She didn't recognize me. People say she's lost it. It's a sad story.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
هذا اللي عملته فيها كده.
Good evening, Harry.
Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So?
I'm not bothered.
Have you any recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Nobody dares to enter the dispensary now. Rumors say the nurse has gone mad.
Goodbye.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Good evening, Christy.
Change your mind, Mr.
What do you know about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
2 girls I know went to the dispensary yesterday. Nobody has seen them since. I worry about them, in case bad things happen.
Goodbye, miss. Good evening, Miss.
It's Father Whitaker, my son.
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
If you propagate the devil's work, you'll perish by the devil's work. Such is the law of the Lord.
I have heard enough for tonight.
فين الصحفي؟
The walls of your home will not protect you. For there is no protection.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
Have you any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
It appears the dispensary is now a major source of contagion in Whitechapel. Someone should do something about it, but no one cares.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby.
أنا السبب، أنا السبب، أنا السبب. أنا اللي طبعا جننته.
Hello again. Very well.
فين داريوس؟
Good evening, Mr.
And good evening to you too, my good sir. Can I be of any help?
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not at all, sir.
I'll leave you.
متضايق بجد ان انا السبب في اللي حصل لها ده. قلت اخليها تنسى مش عشان فيها كده. عايز اعرف داريوس فين. غريبة دي جديدة.
Good evening.
Evening, Doc.
Do you need...
Don't get me wrong, sir.
I'm certain you have your reasons. But let me assure you, I'm not like other doctors you may have consulted with.
It is true. You risked your life to save me, after all. It would be impolite to refuse your counsel.
Heal 10 citizen. ماشي. ممكن نوزع سريعة كده على التروفيز. Saves this blue planet. Find all melee weapons. Find all ranged weapons. Find all. Gather all collectibles. Upgrade all ماشي.
Goodbye.
This city is more peaceful without the bombs, but no less dangerous. Supposed to be safe. Oh, what a fucking joke.
He should be grateful for his luck instead of taking out his frustrations on everyone. I am not responsible for everything bad that has happened. So many rats in the streets. Aren't I the lucky one?
We fought for England, but England won't fight for us.
Good evening.
Dr. Reed.
Goodbye.
بعد ما بطلع فوق واروح للديسك برضه مفيش اي حاجة. ماشي. سيبني دلوقتي. ماشي. تصدق كان ينفع اجي من هنا بس ما خدتش بالي من الحته دي. ماشي.
This is no place for a gentleman. Oi! Didn't you hear me? Get in weapons ready! We found one! Focus on entertainment. Focus. Focus.
يا ابن المجنون انت مالك؟
He's mine! I'll take it!
That's it! This bugger! It's on to us!
Grenade!
Stay back, please!
That's gonna hurt!
خلاص نقتلهم اتنين احسن. هو كان اتنين احسن من بس ماشي. If you are not strong enough, remember that the blood of citizens is the fastest way to evolve. Nothing. I will not kill citizens. I will not kill citizens. هو كده يعتبر انا دورسي دي قتلتها وهي سيسسن ولا وهي وحش؟ بس أنا ما قتلتهاش وهي بني ادمة يعني ما قتلتهاش.
It's a leak! Eat this! I shall fear no evil!
This man stunned me with his crucifix. This is not good news.
You pay for that!
فعلا. وبرضه مش عارف ليه الفامباير يعني لازم بني ادمين، يعني ما هو كالفار عادي يعني مش لازم بني ادمين. طالما بيدور في الزبالة وما قتلش حد نسيبه. لا اعتقد هنا. Armor.
All right, time to make some more of that miracle stew. Where is the burner? Ouch! Oh, shit! Ow! Oh, shit! No more chlorine. Well, the next batch will be a little less miraculous. That's all.
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
All right. I shan't insist.
الاقي اي حاجه تخص الراجل ده هنا. وانا جيت من هنا. جيت من هنا بس ما كنتش شايف الحاجة دي. وانا جيت اقول له عشان نلف تاني، احنا هنهزر. لا اوعى قول لي انك بتهزر معايا صح؟ لا ما بهزرش.
My mother would die if she were to see me in this state. I must wait.
متهزرش، ده ايه السخافة دي؟
Alej!
وهي كل ما هرجع احنا هنعمل كده. مش بالراحة يمكن.
Best run along home, sir. Last warning, sir. Leech spotted! Watch out!
أنا مش جاي أقتلكم.
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
في حاجة هنا اكيد. يا أخي مش عارف انا جبتها منين الفورمولا دي، بس كويس اني جبتها. صوته دي وحشة أوي. جايلك يا مدام جايلك. واحدة بتستغيث. ما بعملية متخلفة. والله سيبك، والله سيبك يا غبية.
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoshun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed. I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
اثنين مجرينا ماشي. ده اديت له العلاج ماشي.
Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder? This man's far too old to be Samuel. No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker. Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail.
لما نخلص مهمة بنخلص مهمة تانية. حلوة الفكرة. الوحش بس ان انا مش بعرف انا بدأت امتى المهمة دي وخلصتها امتى.
As I fear, Samuel no longer preaches the good word.
راغي كتير بصراحة، ما بحبش راغي كتير.
This is despicable. Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
يعني حتى لو هم هيكتبوا unknown المفروض ده يبقى تخلف بصراحة.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Mary, what have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How is it possible? Tell me. Is it so easy to take a life every night, and then just smile and nod at those you spared?
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies. Feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You've felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
You may be right.
Of course. I've stared upon this world for centuries, and time has taught me to deal with guilt, if not erase it.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
ولا اقتلهم ولا اي حاجة.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
مين ده؟ وما اعتقدش ان ده اللي حول جوناثان، بس مين برضه؟
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chaplain. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest, as you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
أهلا يا محمد.
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
لا لا مفيش اسف يا محمد، انت منوع منوع.
It was an accident. A terrible, terrible accident.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
She died because of me. How do you think I feel?
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What would you like her to know?
I'm so sorry, Mary. I promise to find who is responsible for all this. I'll put an end to this horror.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
دخل تزعلني، مش زعلان يا محمد. مفتوح.
Whatever happened on this dock is between my sister and
لا لا على الخير.
It does not concern God at all.
اكفى بقى اكفى.
I'm cheap and I'm clean, I promise.
Money. Come on, Baron, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind.
لا يس. تدور عليك يا
Good evening, Mr. Petrescu. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the exact same question, Mr. Doctor. Now leave me alone.
لو بيقطع المشكلة عندك يا محمد عشان مشغل البث عندي والبث شغال كويس.
I heard what happened to Nurse Crane. How do you feel, Mr. Petrescu?
Everything was going well until you arrived. Dorothea helped people and will be sorely missed.
لا أنا بأكد لك إن لو بيقطع المشكلة عندك.
I regret it too. I wish she'd continued working at the Pembroke Hospital. She was a good nurse.
So you put an end to the operation. Did you put an end to Dorothea as well?
You seem to have a lot on your chest, sir. What's wrong?
I heard you are a famous surgeon. Tell me, what did you do to Dorothea? She was so bright, so clever. Then you made her an empty shell.
I didn't use drugs or medical trickery, Mr. Petrescu. All I did was talk to Nurse Crane. I promise you.
But what happened to her then? After you left, she did not even recognize me. Then she got careless and sick, and I had to flee.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not...
What do you plan to do now that Nurse Crane is gone?
I'm not sure. Strange men came to see me after Dorothea's death, with strange weapons and very odd stories.
What kind of stories?
Stories all Romanian children know. It was as if I was home again. Vampires, Mr. Doctor. Vampires.
You believe them? Aren't you too old to hold a weapon or listen to scary stories?
Yes, I am old and alone and will die soon, but if these stories are true, maybe I have found myself another cause.
Are you living on the streets, Mr. Petrescu?
And why not? Those who believe they'll be safe behind walls are blind.
What about your house?
My house is always open to any poor soul needing a roof. All my work here is lost now that Dorothea is gone, thanks to you.
خلاص يا حاج ما تحسسنيش بالذنب.
I remember the night you came here and convinced me to open my door to you, sir. I'd like to punch you right on your chops.
ما تحسسنيش بالذنب يا حاج.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
أنا حاسس بالذنب لوحدي عيب كده.
Good evening, my dear colleague.
Loretta, is your brother your accomplice, or are you just using him?
I would never take advantage of Mason's handicap. He is my brother. He is the person I cherish the most.
But if he's not careful, he could make a deadly mistake. You have to be aware of that.
He is blind, not stupid. He's always been the brains of the family, and the Swanborough cordial was his idea in the first place.
Have you any news on Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
It seems her dispensary isn't so busy nowadays. A good thing for the Swanborough cordial.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough.
Goodbye يا حقيقة.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
Have you any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not recently.
خارج موضوع إيه؟
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can try to help your body heal, sir. But you must stop destroying it.
The war destroyed me, Doctor.
A gun, alcohol.
حلو الواحد حفظ شوارع لندن. دي لندن صح؟ الشارع اللي في لندن.
Best turn around if I were you. Fuck! What are you doing with this, Birmingham? Fuck!
مش فاهم يعني ايه كيف
It's not a place for you. Over there! There's one of them vermin!
اشتريها من على البلاي ستيشن 4 وحملها. هتدوس على تحميل، تدخل على الصفحة بتاعتها.
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth. You. I remember you. Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me, chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave.
ما اعرفش اماكن يعني ممكن.
So the vampire who made me is
اشتريها من على
some sort of
ستيم وحملها.
disembodied entity. Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
اشتريها من على من على ستيم على الكمبيوتر وحملها. انا عن نفسي مش عارف اماكن تانية عليها اللي هي المجانية دي. فانا بالنسبة لي بقول الطرق الشرعية. الطرق التانية بصراحة معرفش، مقدرش افيدك في دي. المفروض اعمل ايه؟ ايه السخافة دي؟ لا انا ما حذفتش الرسالة. في حاجة غلط. ممكن تكون انت عشان يوتيوب ما بيحذفش رسائل لوحده اصلا. لا بيحذف اوقات رسائل لوحده. ممكن يكون اليوتيوب اللي حذف. ايه ده؟
The pain.
Good evening. Goodbye for now.
ايه ده؟ اوبا ايه ده؟ الست اللي كانت قاعدة هنا ايه ده؟ ايه الدم ده؟
Jonathan, my sincere condolences for your loss.
Your kindness is much appreciated, my lady.
Is there anything you require?
I spied my mother at the funeral. Have you ever revealed yourself to a member of your family?
No, Jonathan. And I'd advise you even from thinking about it.
وانت بتحذف رسايلك يا محمد؟ انت اللي بتحذف رسائل يا محمد. ماشي. عشان مكتوب لي ان انت اللي حذف رسالتك. اللي باعت رسالة هو اللي حذفها.
Are we then condemned to lie to those we love?
We are creatures of deception, my friend. But this is more for their sake than ours.
But what if I was close to someone and wished to tell them the truth?
Fear, loathing, disgust. And then they will plead to be turned. They will see it as salvation. Then there's the risk of gaining the attention of vampire hunters.
I spied my...
No, Jonathan. And I'd advise...
Are we then condemned to lie?
We are creatures of deception, my friend.
But what if I was close to someone?
Fear, loathing, disgust.
Are we condemned to attend the funerals of all we love?
Dying is the final act of life, Jonathan. Present company excluded. Accepted.
I don't know what to expect. Am I cursed to an eternity of solitude?
With time, we Ekon tend to go into isolation. If we survive long enough, that is.
اهلا محمود، منور. كيف احوالك؟ شو اخبارك؟ شو الدنيا؟
As a practitioner of the medical sciences, I'm prepared for the death of loved ones. But mourning in the shadows, deprived of sharing one's grief.
We are no longer a part of the circle of life and death. We are undead, my friend, and so we are outcasts.
Goodbye, my lady.
بس حلوة أوي ليه.
Until we meet again.
ألف سلامة. خلع داسي، ألف سلامة. مين اللي قتلها دي؟
Good evening, Milton. Goodbye, Milton.
انت بتكلمني ولا بتكلم محمود؟ عشان لو بتكلم محمود يعني بيقول خلع داسه، ايه مبروك عليك دي. ما مش فاهم ايه بقى مبروك عليك دي. يعني اول ما اشوف حد بيقول لحد خلع داسه تقول له مبروك عليك.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
هي المزحة بتبقى حلوة يا محمد، يعني ما فيش اي حاجة تمام واحنا كلنا بنمزح، بس لما تيجي تمزح مع حد على الاقل تكون في عارفين بعض شوية، يعني عشان متأكد ان انت ومحمود ما كلمتوش كتير مع بعض في الشات، يعني فيعني فاهم، قبل ما تمزح مع حد خد عليه الاول عشان في الاخر ما يحصلش زعل. فانا عشان كده يعني استغربت، يعني انت اساسا يعتبر ما تعرفوش، فاهم؟ مش زعلان يا محمد، انت زعلني بالعافيه ليه؟ انا ما بحبش الاسلوب ده على فكره. مش زعلان، دي خامس مره تقول لي انت زعلان.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
انا ابان زعلان. ماشي، تعالى ناخدها كلمه كلمه كده. انا ابان زعلان، سالتني قلت لك مش زعلان، يبقى سيبك من ان انا من اللي باين. يعني اللي باين انسان، ركز معايا انا. يعني انا الشخص بقى، سيبك من اللي باين ده راجل كذاب. انا بقى الراجل الصادق اللي بقول لك لا انا مش زعلان. اللي باين ده انا هديله بالجزمه.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
If you are going to lead this surgery, I'm trusting you to assume the consequences of your actions, whatever the result.
I'm not the kind of man who runs away from his responsibilities, Dr. Reed. There is no need for you to be looking over my shoulder.
Since your
Let's just say
carelessness,
we're here.
I don't Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
باين الشات فين يا محمد؟ لو في الشاشة لو في البث لا، الشات زي ما هو، انما مش هيبين الشات وانا بلعب.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish?
His wish to cure the sick is not...
You consider him a good practitioner.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks.
Thank you for your... Good evening, Dr. Strickland. Did you know Dr. Aykroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? My God, he can be so irritating.
مبروك. ربنا يوفقهم. كل واحد ليه بث خاص بيه، كل واحد بيعمل الاسلوب اللي عايزه في البث. انا عن نفسي مش ببين الشات.
I know I may sound
self-confidence,
but you never doubt yourself.
You have.
Thank you, Doctor.
Tell me more.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from...
What is it you really want?
Fair question.
Tell me.
He refuses
what Dr.
It's a false conceit.
What do you think of Dr.
It's a shame he's so...
With the influenza...
I believe that if Dr. Aykroyd had been...
So you believe it's just a question?
Dr. Aykroyd.
انا عايز اعرف المفروض اعمل ايه.
Goodbye, Doctor.
معايا الحاجة، بطلع هناك على الديسك مفيش اي حاجة.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick.
دي حاجة معروفة، مش هي اللي هتاخد.
Like a book. I don't keep anything from her.
Good evening.
I'm okay.
I have to go.
Falling apart.
Don't waste your time.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Good evening, Nurse Brent.
Good evening, Doctor.
What can you tell me about the recent events in the hospital?
That Mr. Hampton killed Miss Jones in her room, then ran away.
And did you see all this?
No. I was working by the tents when it all happened. I only entered the room when they asked me to clean up the blood.
يا محمد.
Where is Miss Jones's body?
I don't know. I'd imagine the morgue. It all happened so quickly.
Did you see Sean Hampton leave the hospital?
I think I saw a silhouette exiting the hospital gates after the shouting started. At first I thought it was someone who was just scared, but well, maybe it was him.
Goodbye, nurse.
ايه ده؟ اختفى؟ اتشال؟ كان موجود هنا، راح فين؟ اهو شين هامبتون. هيب الحيوان.
Goodbye.
اطلع ارتاح شوية. والله المفروض ان انا كده معايا كل حاجه. لا حلو، لا حلو، لا حلو. مهمة دي مش عارف اعمل فيها ايه. معايا واحد من الصوديوم وواحد من البوتاسيوم وستة من البتاع ده. ايه البتاع اللي عايز نعملها له الحقير ده؟ مش عارف. ودورسي كوين ماتت مني. كتير اوي 2000. اتحولت وقتلتها. لا يبقى بص انت مش عارف، كان في 3 اختيارات. لما عرفت ان هي اللي بتعمل البلاك ميل عملت الاختيار الثالث، مش فاكر. لا مسحت ذاكرتها فتحولت بقى فمات. مسحت ذاكرتها. معرفش ان هو يمسح الذاكرة كلها يعني. ايه ده؟ ايه ده؟ ايه ده؟ 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. ايه ده؟ ايه ده؟ ايه اللي حصل ده؟ ايه ده؟ انتوا في ايه؟ 8 9 10 11. مش على كده، مش على كده. انا لسه معالجهم. بس هو عموما في تروفي ان هم كلهم يبقوا في مرحلة الهوستايل اصلا، فاحسبهم عشان ابقى صريح يعني. مش هعالجهم دلوقتي. بما ان لما بيتعبوا الهيلث بتنزل، هسيبهم يتعبوا. لا انا عايز اعرف ده المفروض اعمل له ايه بقى بصراحة. ماشي. انا عايز اعرف يعني، انا معايا كل حاجة، مش عارف بقى المفروض اعمل ايه. ايوه. لا يا راجل.
Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Aykroyd. هو بصراحة التاني شخص محترم، شاف بلاوي كتير التاني عملها وما بلغش عنه، فانا هوديها لدكتور اكرويد. دي عادة تمسح الدم من امبارح يا حاجة.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
I know that you're a busy man, but I could use your help and advice.
The great Dr. Reed honors me with a request. What is it exactly?
Dr. Strickland devised an experimental drug for the Spanish flu that he asked me to manufacture.
You know what I think of fringe medical experimentation?
That's exactly why I want you to keep the result, Doctor. I made sure it won't harm anyone, but I'd like you to take care of it.
I see. Put it in my cabinet. I'll give you the key. I'll make sure no one uses this medication by mistake.
I'll do that. Thank you for your help, Dr. Ackroyd.
Thank you for your trust on the matter, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your time.
شايفين التراست أهم حاجة.
So many deaths.
I'm alright, but still don't waste your time with me.
As for me, what a bloody
فوق.
idiot.
الأوضة ماشي حلو ده. يا اتعلقت بيها.
It's locked, all right.
ممكن ليدي أشبه يعني ممكن.
Now that Dr. Ackroyd has been warned, he should make good use of this formula.
ليدي أشبه.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Your medical report says you're not affected by the Spanish flu. What do you think of that, Mortimer?
Does it make me happy? Not in the slightest. If it was up to me, I would have left this place long ago. I know I don't belong here.
And why do you think you don't belong here?
I know the staff have more important things to do than look after me. There's plenty of patients here who need their attention.
كيف اتكلمت ده كده كل الأسئلة صح؟
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor.
I've read your son's medical report, Beatrice. It's not the flu or anything life-threatening. What has you so worried?
He was at death's door when he was brought here. I just want him to be better as soon as possible.
He's not out of the woods yet, you know. He might need to stay here longer than expected.
Take care of him then, Dr. Reed. People here only seem to focus on contagious patients. I worry my poor Mortimer will be neglected.
روحي في داهية انت وابنك.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I'm alright. Never could keep anything. Don't waste your time.
Good evening, Doctor.
And good evening to you, Dr.
Goodbye.
والله يعني شايفنا هي وابنها.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Goodbye.
ده يا عم قرر ينتحر بسببها يا عم. الست ماسكة فيه بإيديها وأسنانها فقرر ينتحر. لا سيبيني بقى الله يخرب بيتك.
Good evening, Nurse Brennan.
Good evening,
عملت
Doctor.
معاه كل خير.
According to the report I read, your unprofessional conduct put a patient in danger, Gwyneth.
That's not true. I know when my patient's life is at risk, and I'm more competent than a lot of doctors that I know. Problem is, I'm a woman.
I don't see what your gender has to do with your abilities, Nurse.
Yes, nurse. Because I'll never be a doctor, no matter what my skills. I could make a decision that could save a life, but oh no, that's unbecoming conduct.
Have you heard of Elizabeth Blackwell? She was the first woman listed on the UK Medical Register. Change is slow, but it will come. And you will always have my support.
To have the right to study shouldn't be determined by sex, skin, or wealth. That's all I'm saying.
ايوه عندك حق عندك حق.
Goodbye, Nurse.
عندك حق. كنت هديكي مثل بس للاسف مش هينفع اقوله على الهواء يعني.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCullough, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned.
اتفضل يا حبيبي اتفضل اتفضل. لينا فايت مع بعض.
This is very bad news.
لسه لينا
Bad news
فايت.
indeed.
لينا فايت مع بعض. الكاريزما دي هطلعها على دماغ اهله في وقتها بس.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
صفر مين يعني الكدابة؟ مين اللي ناس كتير مفقودة؟ مين؟ انت ما عندكش غير الراجل ابو وش محروق، البنت اللي فاكره نفسها فامباير، الراجل ابو دراع مكسوره، الواد اللي امه مخليه في المستشفى عشان عايزه تطمن عليه. هم دول العيانين اللي عندك. فين اللي مفقودين؟ هم يبقى عيانين عندك. العديد مفقود. تعبيط. ايه الاستفزاز ده؟ لما تيجي تكذب اكذب بالعقل. هو مفيش غير واحدة ماتت بس. ايه ده؟ هي واحدة ماتت يقول لك وعديد مفقودين. عديد مين؟ هم يبقى عيانين اللي عندك في المستشفى.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
I don't have heart for this. انت ما عندكش heart اصلا. اقعد بقى. I am your only hope again. I will help. لا.
Very well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Rest assured, I will protect you and your staff.
McCullum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
The sad saint of East End. Oh, حلوة دي. دي كده خلاص. دي بقى الواحد يحاول يخلصها. ماشي.
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
انت عايز اعمل ايه؟ هو انت كلت حد من البني ادمين يا محمود؟
Oh,
انا قريت اول اختيارين، الاختيار المنتهي ده موتني من الضحك. ممكن نتشارك هذه الوجبة. واحدة ميتة يا ابن المجنونة.
Yes, and I'm afraid I'm at least partially responsible. The man, the scowl, I brought him here.
Jonathan, how could you say such a thing?
Forgive me if I feel despondent, for there seems to be no end to the suffering and death that surrounds us.
I'm always here for you, Jonathan.
لا انا مش هقتل ولا واحد للاسف. كان في 2 شواذ عايز اقتلهم بس مش هقتل ولا واحد.
What do you know of Ascalon? I was threatened by a creature, a vampire in Whitechapel, stating I had to obey the law of conduct.
What more can you tell me about him?
He was bigger than a man, huge in fact. He seemed to radiate violence. I thought he was going to tear me apart. Then he vanished.
Fergal, the executioner of Ascalon. You were fortunate he was not after you, but rather out doing his master's bidding.
مش بتكلم على اجبار ها. خلي بالك من كلامك. مش بتكلم على اجبار، بتكلم قتلتهم كلتهم.
What is Ascalon?
The Ascalon Club are the most powerful vampires in Britain and exert tremendous influence. Take my advice and stay well away.
I have experienced a certain difficulty when faced with holy symbols or trying to enter religious buildings. Have you?
Now that's quite a question. I don't know why, but yes, it has happened to me.
this a sign? The hand of God in action? Are we repellent unto heaven?
I don't have the answers, Jonathan. But I believe superstition and magic is just fact awaiting the lens of science.
ما انا فاكر، ما انا مش هاكله. طلع في توفي ان انا ما قتلتش حد من البني ادمين، بس مش عارف بما اني قتلت دورسي بس انا ما قتلتهاش، يعني انا اختياري اللي قتلها. ده هيتوقف على التروفي ولا هم يقصدوا اكلهم بس؟ مش عارف.
Aren't you frightened?
Very little scares me, my dear. To be compelled to avoid symbols of faith does not concern me.
Have you embraced this woman, like the other patient, this Mr. Renfield?
Her name was Amelia. And no, I did not kill her. I vowed a very long time ago that I would never take another life unless they ask.
لا عندك حق، عندها شرف.
Is there sufficient vitality in the blood of the sick and dying patients?
Yes, Jonathan. The hunger gnaws at me every waking hour. Frankly, I'm starving.
Temptation surrounds us. Rich, vital. How can you resist?
Over the years, any pleasure I once gleaned from feeding is long gone. I drink for sustenance. And though I still thirst for more, I restrain myself.
بس الفامباير بيصعبوا عليا.
I hope to see you again soon.
يعني الفامباير بيشربوا بس ما بياكلوش.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Goodbye now.
يعني بيشربوا بس.
Good evening. Is there anything you can tell me about the recent commotion here?
Many things can happen under cover of night, Dr. Reed. But I took no part in this massacre.
But did you see or hear anything?
I can't say I did. But the smell of fresh blood almost made me faint, Doctor.
I'll leave.
غوري في 60 داهية انت والبلاد بتاعتك. لحسن تكون البت عينها من جوناثان عايزة تعض ولا حاجة. بس اشمعنى كل ما تشوفني تقول لي جعانة 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 في ايه؟
It seems the Priwen are redoubling their patrols in the district. I must be more careful.
I'd head back if I were you, sir.
بيتفامبروا مع بعض.
Over there. There's one of those.
مش عايز اقتل حد، انا مش عايز اقتل حد. رخم قوي يلا بالمسدس بتاعي.
This one's a top.
وانا اخلص من البني ادمين يطلع لي السكال في ايه؟ لا ما انا دول ما لهمش علاقه بالتروفي، انا مش عايز اقتلهم، انا عايز واحد مهم على طول. ايه ده؟ في حد هنا، في حد هنا محتاج النجدة تقريبا. ده المنطقة مليانة، المنطقة مليانة. العضاضة. رخم. يلا يا كلاب. انت ايه اللي دخلك هنا؟ ايه انت كمان بتتقرع؟ والله تستاهل اللي كانوا هيعملوه فيك.
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing in a place like this?
I'm not sure that's any of your business.
I hope you realize that staying here will put your life at great risk.
Pah! I'm not afraid of these guards of Priwen, or whatever these thugs call themselves. I can still kick some respect into those youngsters.
I wasn't specifically referring to them, but are you really after these men? Why?
They took my boy! I've had no news since he joined that crazy gang. So I decided to come and find him myself, to get some answers.
I see. But as I said, your life is at risk if you stay here. And I'm not referring to the gangs either. You should leave, sir.
Well, this part of town used to be nicer, let's say. Perhaps you're right. This isn't the best way to save Andrew.
اندرو ابنك اسمه اندرو؟ بحب اسم اندرو، حلو.
There is a name engraved under the blood on the back of the case. Jack Gillingham. Maybe I should return this watch to his family.
كده نقدر بقى نروح الدكس. عموما انا شايف ان هنا كده حلو، ونكمل البث الجاي. البث الجاي ممكن ندخل شابتر 4 اعتقد. خلاص يا شابتر 4 و5 و6 و7 مش هناخد كتير. لا دي جديدة دي ولا قديمة؟ لا اكمل ساعتين. ساعتين لا كمل. هيبقى 4 ساعات ونص بلعب. ولا تيجي تلعب انت؟ تيجي تلعب انت؟ ها؟ بقالي 4 ساعات ونص بلعب. مش قادر انا متأخر امبارح فصحي بدري فمش قادر. فهخلص البث ده يعني هنا كده نهاية البث. كالعادة ويا رب ما العادة بشكركم جدا 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 جدا. بشكرك انت كمان جدا والله. بشكركم جدا جدا جدا. بشكر كل اللي عمل لايك، كل اللي عمل شير، كل اللي عمل سبسكرايب، اشتراك النهارده في القناة. بشكر على خصوص كل نوروني النهارده في الشات. شكرا ان انتوا جيتوا نورتوني واتكلمنا وضحكنا وغزانا الحاجات الكلمتين اللي بقولهم دول كل مرة. اتمنى يا رب ان البث يكون عجبكم، واتمنى يا رب نتقابل كل البثوث الجاية على خير، ويا رب دايما تكونوا بخير. امين يا رب. وكالعادة see you later guys. Bye.